quick design task today. I just realized I have to change my mind about something, and I just thought that I share this little CAD session. And on the stream schedule, you can see here that I'm going to discuss what I'm going to do in this stream first. And then secondly, we're gonna design the profiles, and then at the end of the stream, I'm going to save and send the XF files to Waterjet cutting. Okay. Oh, chat is saying everything is good. Wow, that's slow mode. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I spent last week, we're making a video today. Hannes is editing it right now, it's coming out tonight. So I spent whole last week CADing, and I found it really hard to tell the story about CADing afterwards. So I'm potentially going to make some more live streams like this. And so, welcome everyone. And as I said from the beginning, we have a simple task today. We're going to design a new attachment system for these clock escapement marble gates that I designed in the last stream. So you can see on screen the stream schedule, and let's start with point 1, the WELDS versus fastener attachment. Okay, so let's remove that. So, Vincent van Gelder, what is the problems? Yes, so I just finished this design. This is the clock escapement gate, the final design. I have the wrong... Okay, I'm sorry everyone. YouTube are telling me that I have the wrong resolution. I tried to stream in 4K. That's actually kind of stupid. Of course. But does it work for you? Are you seeing the image? Because YouTube says it doesn't work, but you're not complaining. YouTube is 1080. Jimmy Merrill Krag, final, huh? This is the final. I'll quit the marble machine if this is not the final version. Okay, I'm just going to ignore YouTube's warning for this stream because chat says that it looks fine. And then I'm going to go down to HD for my next stream. Apparently I have too high resolution. So, this is the final, actually final marble gate. We're gonna use this for the drums and for the vibraphone, and for the cyber bass we're going to use something else. And today in this stream I'm going to design the attachment brackets for this thing, because I just realized when I put these parts next to each other like this, what will happen if I weld these on? So let me show you my initial plan. So use this little tab here. So if you go in under, and you can see this blue little surface there, this was the welding point. So I'm planning on welding them on there. But I just realized when putting them next to each other, if I weld this on like this, I will not be able to access all the components. I can't take, say, this wheel. I can't take this wheel in and off. So I spend a lot of time making sure you can assemble and disassemble at any point in the projects. So I have a completely new plan for a bracket, and I think it can be pretty quick to design it. So let's start designing the bracket. And for that we have to go back to this middle part. Middle rail, let's isolate this. Boom. So this is the middle part that builds up the whole thing. And if I open the sketch of this, we should be able to see that I actually did a good job in constraining this sketch. Most lines are black, which is good. So down here was the old idea to weld to this tab. And I'm going to delete this now because I have a completely new idea. I'm going to put these marble gates on with bolts instead of welding. So I'm going to just randomly place 2 M6 holes here instead. I was thinking I have an M5 bolt and an M6 bolt. M6 looks big actually. Maybe we should go with... Maybe we should be mature and go with M5 for once in our lives. Okay, M5 it is. Using the equal sign to constrain the other circle to 5mm. So now we have 2 bolt holes here. Ice arrow. Is noise not going to be an issue with this design? No, because I'm using silicone tube and actually heat shrink. I found a super high-tech heat shrink, and I'm talking about that in today's video later tonight. So a better answer will be in that video later tonight. So, well, I've been sketching a lot this week. I've been learning a lot about constraints again. So now I put a line between these 2 circles. Hold on, there. And now I can just ask these 2 circles to be parallel with everything else by making this line parallel to another line like that. Now you can see they're parallel. And then we can constrain the distance between them. So 7 is very little. Let's do 20mm. That's also kind of small. Yeah, that's too little. We might have to go down here to gain some space. Let's do 30. Something like that. Or actually we can put 1 bolt hole up here and keep the other one out there. So if I finish this sketch and we go out, we can see what we have to stay away from, because there's a lot of parts in this design that we need to clear. So if I unisolate everything, we can kind of see what space we have to work with. So sometimes these streams are Martin stares blankly at the screen. But I think today I will actually be able to finish this little stream pretty fast with a mission accomplished pretty fast. So if we look inside the design here, we can see the space we have available for us. And yeah, I have to use the space underneath here. So let's remove that hole. So the idea is to be able to screw and bolt these assemblies on and off at any time. And that way I don't have to weld something onto the machine. And I think that is going to be much better. I think the contrast is a little bit off on my CADing. Bear with me while I fix the filter of the Fusion 360 so you can see the lines properly. Filters. Oh, that's better, I think. Okay. I saw some lines looked like they were disappearing. So now I'm going to put this hole 90 degrees under this one instead. So again, I'm not trying to draw it perfectly. I'm just making the line, and then I'm using the perpendicular constraint. And now we have this circle in a good position. It's still not black because we haven't given this distance. And let's do 20. That's a little bit too far, perhaps. You can see that now that little circle turned black, which means it's constrained, which is exactly where we want to be with this. 16. So I'm just measuring the M5 bolt head, 7.84 millimeter. So we want to clear for the tools and stuff. So I want to have like some clearance around this bolt hole. That turns out a little awkward as well, because the pallet is going to be in the way there. Hi from Philippines. So this was a bad idea, as you can see. I realized that the big pallet, this big hook, is right in the way. So I have to place these bolt holes on positions where we can access with the tools afterwards. So you can see that this bolt hole up here, we can access through the gear if we just move the spokes. So that's no problem. And also I'm using hex bolts so we can access them from below. But we can make the profile larger. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to think this much in the beginning of the stream, but I have to solve this before we can move to step 2. So just to give you an idea of scale, all this is super small. It looks big on screen. So from here to here, that's like 8 millimeters. So the other option I have is to make this whole part much larger. We can go out to the back like this, but that adds material. I could like add this whole thing to the part, and I would like to not do that. So maybe I have to accept these, the original idea I had. 13 millimeters, that's awkward. It's so small, everything. On top of each other, perhaps. So I'll put 2 loose rings that we can move around while I see all the parts that we have to clear. Fusion is thinking. So now we can kind of drag these around while seeing everything we have to clear. So kind of one circle here is like obvious, but the other one. Medvoran. Hi, I'm Lund, by the way. Oh, Discord star Lund is in the chat. Hi, Lund. Nice to see you. Pupoger. Oh, hey, Martin's still alive. Yes, I was very much alive last week. I was just focused on CADing. Okay, so this is kind of... So what I want to achieve with this placement is that I want to be able to reach in with the tools and access these bolts. But I also want to keep everything really small and neat, because I worked hard with keeping this small and neat. So that's the kind of compromise I'm thinking about right now. So if I change to no, I'm gonna stick with the hex bolts because I can reach them from under. So let's just switch around to see how well we can reach in here with a like wrench. Almost not at all, actually. That's like a nightmare. A small hex key, perhaps. So I only have to put these once. I don't have to put them like 100 times. So it doesn't have to be like super comfortable, but it has to be doable. So if we go back to to here. So if we need to reach in from the side, so the question we have to make up, do we need to be able to access the fifth one and just take that out? That of course would be the best. We don't want to have to like disassemble 8 of them. So if we look again underneath, actually a short hex key. I have to run and get a hex key. I have to check the measurement of a hex key to know if we can kind of get a hex key in here. Or just a wrench. But if we do a wrench, the bolts have to have a lot of space between them. This is the kind of typical detail that I used to forget. And then all of a sudden you make all the parts. And all of a sudden you can't put your pieces on and off the machine. So if you see where I'm getting from, I would like to be able to... Oh wait, the marbles don't have to be there. Can we reach from above? So let's say if we clear the marble lane. No. Huh. Making the part larger starts to seem like the best option. JC Code Loader, is mounting via the pipe assembly an option? Did you just solve my problem? That's good out of the box thinking anyway, because if we take this profile, the intro profile, let's isolate it and add the attachment holes here, we can reach from the back side instead of from the side. If we make... That's a good outside the box suggestion, actually. We could just basically make this piece longer like this, add the holes in this piece, and that was not what I had in mind, but it could let us keep the nice size of the design. Loving the suggestions from chat. Consider that you can empty the marbles. Yes. Mamoto, can I have all the parts you throw away? I could make a complete marble machine out of it. It would be a complete but non-functional marble machine. I'm saving all the parts that I'm throwing away. I'm saving them. I have like 3 cubic meters full with parts or something crazy. So these bolts are accessible already. it's a cool idea actually to use the backside profile. It wasn't what I had in mind. Okay, so let's think. How accessible do we actually need these things to be? So if I can reach in with some kind of plier, definitely best to use a hex bolt if we go from the side, because then you can reach them from the side from this angle here. Let's just copy this bolt up there so we can kind of see where we're going. I'm just going to find it in my extensive tree. Copy. I'm just moving this up there so you can like kind of visualize what I'm thinking about. So let's say we have that bolt there. It's not going to be comfortable, but you can definitely reach that from here. Hold on, I have to get a tool. So I don't think I can stick this one in from the side. I think that's way too big. Yeah. It's funny. So this is 4 centimeter wide. The whole marble gate is 5 centimeter wide, 5.5. So things looks very much bigger in CAD than what they do in real life. But can I go in from the side now? I have to think. Okay, what chat is saying? Almost human. Mount them with zip ties. Problem solved. Yeah, that would be. Look at the original Marble Machine video on the inside. Half of the things are mounted with zip ties, and I mean that one worked. So, well, it didn't really work. So we're going to Waterjet cut this in Cleveland, Ohio, by Discord user Jaffer, and he's waiting for me to send this profile so he can make everything ready. He's going to water cut everything else, including the brass gear, and so that's why I need to send this to him like today. We ordered stock from McMaster & Carr last week, and they did. So I didn't know I could order. I can't order to here, but I can order to the US. So we're almost done with this whole project. It's just these attachments. From the back. So if we mount it from the back here, we would need to support it in the front as well. That's why I'm not buying that idea straight off. What if you made an horizontal? Oh, I saw a suggestion. Hook and clip system. Will there be a Wilson wheel, perhaps? Emmanuel Barboni. Martin, since you want to make it easy to assemble and disassemble, would you please consider to use the memory slots locking system? I don't know what that is, if you don't mean like the normal puzzle system that I always use. Like this whole design has this kind of everything puzzles into each other. You can see how it puzzles into this profile there. Let's hide the PMA pipes. So there will be no question on where to put it. It's just how. I think you will always be able to reach that with some kind of wrench. Ooh, wait. I have the... I didn't plan starting the stream like this. Wilson, hold the fort for me. I have to get another tool. Sorry, I have to... This is just how it goes. Some world-class live streaming going on right here. So, I think this might be it. This is like a ratchet tool, and we can stick it in from underside and access the bolts. M5, perfect. And it's 7 millimeters wide, so I only need 7 millimeters of room. That's the tool probably. And the cool thing is that we don't have to care about the gear at all, because we're just accessing from here. Yes. Oh, someone says a ratcheting crescent wrench. Yeah, that's fine. Ratchet wrench. Ring ratchet wrench. Yes. Genius minds think the same. Chat has spoken. Ratchet wrench will make us able to keep the design tight, and still we will fix this. And if one bolt is under the other, you can just access the lowest one first, take that out, and then access the top one. They make those with a head that swivels. Okay. So this is great news. This just allows us to be much more free in our bolt placement. So let's place the first bolt after this thinking. So let's consider the first bolt placed. Oh, then we can have it behind there. So I remove that one. Remove that one, remove that one. I want you to be 25. A little bit more. 30. No. 25. And then I think we can actually keep this one. And it doesn't have to be that far apart. 10. Ooh. And then we can remove this square. Also the swing of the wrench. Yes, Iad tag. That's a very good. The cool thing with these wrenches is that they have these small ratchets, so they can swing like, it clicks already after like a centimeter of swing, so they don't need a lot of swing, but we have to think of the swing. So actually this looks great. I think we nailed it. I'm gonna extrude this so we can see it in action. So now, if I've done my homework, I don't have to make anything but wait. Change this number to 20. Yeah, not perfect, but almost. Let's do 14. These are ridiculous. I think it's this one. The curves here are a little bit ridiculous. Let's do this one longer. 20. Yeah, starts to look good. So you can see now I'm only changing the previous constraints because I built this SketchUp reasonably well, and that make me able to just change them like that. So let's do the extrude on this so that we can see where we're going. It's a big design, so Fusion thinks, but Fusion is probably thinking faster than me anyway. There, edit the extrusion feature, and now I'm telling Fusion that I don't want it to make metal in those two holes. So we have our first bolt holes. I'm just doing 5mm for M5. There are standards for bolts through things, but 5mm will be nice. Mink Venstra, how did you learn to be so good at Fusion 360? Of course I'm choosing this question. I'm trying to learn it for a school project, but it's such a pain. Even the simple things. Do you have some tips? So, Mink Venstra, I have a tip, and it's make up your mind what you want to try to design and learn designing that. I think it's hard to learn from tutorials where today we're gonna make a box, today we're gonna make a... So just problem solve on designing something that you really need to design, because that project will give you all the lessons you need to learn. So don't learn on fake projects, like learn trying to design real stuff, and then just be patient and read all the menus. Like I had an epiphany the other day with the extrude command. Where is it? There. So this extrusion feature has the, like, my second tip for learning Fusion 360, which I didn't follow, read everything in these little boxes. Click on all the options and try to understand what all the options are doing. Because in here you can start, I always thought that you had to start the extrusion when you pull the material out from the sketch itself. But you don't have to, because you can choose start and you can choose an offset. So when I made complex shapes, I made like 5 sketches. And now I realize I can use one sketch and then do 5 extrusion features from different places. That was something I missed for like the first 4 years. So that's my 2 tips. Learn on something real, not a fake project, and read everything in all the boxes. Click on everything and read it, and be patient. Okay, we have our holes. So let's put some bolts there to make sure that things looks good. Sometimes I notice when I actually put things in place that you all of a sudden start to see stuff. And when you want to move things like this, always try the point-to-point command. So there's a circle in this bolt, and I'm choosing that. I wonder if that turned out right. And now I'm choosing that. And then it's center on the hole. The bolt moved to the center of the hole. I'm just dragging it out a little bit. Boom. There's one bolt. Let's make another one. Point to point move. choose the center of the circle, choose the center of your hole. That went wrong. You have to see the blue cross in the middle. I was too fast. That went right. So basically now it's easier for us to visualize. Are we able to access these? For example, I can check like how much space we have from the head of that bolt to this surface. It's 7 millimeters, which is okay. We can access them, no problem. So let's save that for now and go over to my second design. Little Studios Online, I hope you're using shorter bolts. Yes, I just grabbed the ones that I already had in the design. We're gonna check bolt. They're gonna be, because we're gonna have some clamping material, so I don't know if we actually want shorter bolts in the end. So this is all I'm gonna do in this design. I'm going to start here. Is the new design. I have to update this now. So now it's updated. So let's go before my pattern. Now we're gonna start from scratch with the attachment pieces. So new design, new component. I'm just gonna name it something. Wall 1, wall left. Create a sketch, and I'm not going to base this sketch on the model. I'm gonna base it on an origin plane. Boom. And then I can actually showcase the usefulness of the start plane of the extrude feature. So let's project this thing. Why am I not seeing anything? I have sketches turned off probably. Object visibility, sketches, thank you. So now you see all the lines are purple. This means they're projected. And in this case, we want them to be purple because it's from the other design. So let's just make a stupid shape. Look at that. That's our holder. And now let's think. Do we want them to be perpendicular on the machine? Or do we want them to have the same angle? Same angle is going to look nicer. Yes. So I'll take this line. So note now, I'm going to try to create this like using constraints only, kind of. So I'm saying that this line is parallel with this line. Nice. This line is also parallel with that line. And then the other lines are perpendicular to the first lines. So now we have a nice rectangle that is kind of together with the old sketch. Just to start with. That much material doesn't make sense. So let's do it like this. So it's a little stair, and now you are coincident with you, and this starts to look a little okay. So, oh wow, there's a mole. Please read the chat. So what is... So what is the big thing? Screws are not designed to withstand shearing constraint. Make your two parts adjust themselves and just use the screws. Actual bolt maker here. Absolutely, we're not, you're absolutely right. We're not going to make a sliding fit. We're gonna make a locking fit. We are not ever again in our whole lives trusting something to hold from friction only. This design is going to be completely locked mechanically. So in the end, if I tighten the screws with my hands only, not even use tools, everything will stay where it is. Biana F, just use glue. Thanks for the brilliant suggestion. So now when we want to make this corner look a little nice, we can take sketchbox and choose fillet. Where is my sketchbox? It's here. It's on the other screen. Sorry for that. And then I can make a fillet here. Boom. And then I can do something cool, I think. I take the center of the fillet and I constrain it to our projected hole. So now our new part is have a nice concentric outside edge with this bolt hole. And then we can say we want you to be, oh, that's a little bit big. 6, something like that. And up here we can do the same. We can say that how do I do this most easy? If I do this, I make a construction line. So now I'm gonna make a like nice round thing here. So you're perpendicular and you are with you. And then we take a center point arc. Probably I'm not going to like this. I realize, yeah, I probably have to like this. 180 degrees. You are constrained to you. 5. Now you can see here we have an ugly corner. So I hit S for the sketchbox and F for fillet. I choose the fillet. I say go in there. That's also something that I really learned, to make the fillet in the sketches and not afterwards. You can see things look more. Fillets always makes me feel so cool. Fillets is like, yeah, I'm an engineer now. I'm using fillets, okay? Deal with it. Yeah, deal with it. What do you think? Flex glue. Love from India, Vinod. You guys have the best chess players in the world. Love back from France. So I'm just going to show you where we're getting with this. I'm not done with this part yet, but I'm going to show you where I'm going with this sketch. So now you can see that we're in the middle plane actually. And now I'm going to make an extrusion feature of this thing that we just designed there. But the cool thing is that it doesn't have to start where the sketch is. So I go, sorry that the box is pretty small now. It's just going to be, I make an offset and I'll offset this .175mm divided in 2 because we're using 1/8 inch stock. So half of that is the start plane, and then the extrusion plane is 3.175. That went wrong. This goes super bad. I try to be cool. I can also choose object, but I should have put the sketch on the correct place from the beginning. Let's use the object, it's okay. So this is kind of, now you can see where we're going. We're gonna have something similar. Actually, we're gonna have something identical on the other side. So I'm just going to mirror this component, the one we just made, and I'm gonna choose an origin plane, which is the mirror plane, center plane, I mean, there. Evolab, we have 2 walls. Sorry for making you nauseous. Okay, so this is just crude. Now you can see, now we have 2 identical walls holding kind of the part in the middle. And this is not the right bolt. You see, this is M4. We're gonna use M5 later. Hydrate. Is that kind of some kind of streaming meme, the hydration meme? Please make the mounting hole for the swing bigger and put washers to the screw so you can adjust the distance of the swing and timing so it fits perfectly to the machine. Mounting hole, washers to the screw, distance of the swing and timing. Oh, you want me to make it adjustable, I think. Hydrate, bro. Adriano da Nobile, hello, you're the new Leonardo da Vinci. No. Well, I try to make mechanical things. That's the similarity between me and Leonardo da Vinci. Yeah, but thank you. So Tobias, please make the mounting hole for the swing bigger and put washers to screw so you can adjust. Yeah, so no, I don't want to make this joint adjustable at all, neither sideways nor swing ways. The way I'm going to adjust this is that I'm going to put it on the machine, weld the bracket on, and that's it. If something goes wrong, I'm angle grinding only the weld bracket. I'm not angle grinding the part, I'm angle grinding the bracket, re-welding it. Because I don't want it to be adjustable. It's a one-time setup, if I understood your suggestion correctly. So now we're gonna make something cool. We're gonna have another sheet here, because these profiles are all going to be water cut. So we're gonna have another sheet here with hex holes for the lock nuts. So you only have to put the ratchet thing in, and the nut on the other side is being held mechanically. So let's make a new component for that. Then I'm gonna go back and call this third wall. Bad name, it's okay. And now I'm not gonna create a sketch on the object. I'm going to make an offset plane from the origin plane. And now the distance is 3.175 divided by 2, bracket that, and add plus 3.175, add 1 layer of. There is our plane. So I just basically entered half of 1 thickness and whole of 1 thickness. So 1/16 inch and 1/8 inch. And now we're putting the sketch on that plane, because then we can move it later. So now I'm projecting this again. But now we want to make 2 hex shapes. So let's check M5 bolt. I think it's 7. Oh, this is actually 7.86, 7.85. So what do we do with that? Create polygon, edge polygon. No, what happened here? Center polygon. Circumscribed polygon. So what did we say? Now we have to make this hole fit to a bolt, a nut, I mean, sorry. 7.85. I don't know how tight, I don't want it too tight, so let's take 4. Oh, this is gonna be small. $3.9. How long is that? I can't do the math. 7.8, that's too little. It needs to be 4. 4. But you can see here we don't have a lot of meat on the edges, so we will need to increase this part. It's too little meat on the edges. But since we projected this geometry, we will get this changed for free, hopefully, if we do our lesson correctly. We should also, of course, make the angle of this looks a little bit nice. So perhaps this line is parallel with this line. And now it turned black. Did you see that? Because now it knows. Now it knows what I want it to be. It makes more sense to have it straight up though. So let's not do that. So this angle, how do I do this? Ah, yeah, we make this line. So here's again an example about the constraints. I make this line perpendicular to this line. Or parallel to the left line, but anyway. That looks good. I want to make the same over here. Now we're gonna try to use the equal constraint. This equals this. Why is it not black? Okay. So again, just to show you where I'm going with this. This wall is now 3.175 millimeter thick. This wall will retain the nuts, okay? So I can just put them in with my hand and the wall by itself will hold the bolts. So this is kind of the whole sandwich that I'm going for. There's a mistake. These are not, I did some wrong when I was trying to impress you with math. I should never do that. But now you see the idea, right? That looks kind of nice. Okay. What about threads? Yes, I like actually to use, these are so cheap nuts, and it's easier to not have to cut threads, and threads can wear out and stuff like that. Although now when I'm seeing this, no, I'm actually gonna stick to my guns here. It's always more complicated when you're, this is mild steel also. It's like we're skipping a whole machining, like we're skipping like 40 thread cutting operations and just pay for our laziness with buying more hardware. That's easier. Alex Morrow, I thought you mastered the tap. Yeah, just when I learned it, I stopped using it. Will you have enough room to put in the screws? That's a brilliant question from Baluskirka. I don't know. Let's find out. This is why I actually saw The Matrix the other day, the film. when they're doing the karate learning. That's why I think like when I'm doing these CAD sessions with the chat is that I'm learning CAD, like karate CAD from the chat. Yes, I think the screws will go in no problem because they can be half in already when we put this over there. Bolts. So let's check this distance. It's 12. So we're gonna use like let's check on McMaster and Car if there is 12mm M5. Metric M5. Yeah, 12mm hex. Yeah, we even have 12mm. I can actually insert one of these. Step, download. So here's our exact bolt we want to use. So this is what I wanted to show you. Wait, let's slide it here. Here you can see that this bolt is clearing the pallet. So we can have the bolt already there, slide the thing over and slide the bolt through. So that was a brilliant question. And exactly the kind of things that are so easy to forget about. Let's put this in the correct place. Boom, almost. It's a little short. Doesn't matter. Ooh, immediately I see another potential mole here. The tool needs to be able to fit here. This is very tight. 3mm, that's not enough. Even though this tool is 5mm, we need more space. So we know that we need more space there and we need more space there. So the idea and something I would like to show you now is that if I've done this correctly, I will be able to go back from the beginning, move holes around, and all our new walls that we just designed should move with it. So I save this, I go back to the first thing we did, which is this one, and I give more space. So you remember this is in another design. This is what we first did. So I'm gonna move this out 20. I'm gonna use more material, but it's for a good cause. What should I do with this? Maybe if I make this a little shorter. No, that's ugly, ugly, ugly. Stop, stop, stop. What happened now? That's 20 now. Okay, something is wrong. Ah, the dimension was already there. I just didn't see it. It's there. 14. Now I'm just doing aesthetics. Sorry, I'm just going to 32. That went very bad. So we're missing a parallel constraint here. Let's add that. This is parallel to you. And now when I make the same change, it can't go. Anyway. It's this one. Why are you there? You are parallel with you. Good. You are 32. Good. And also, I think this one has to move as well, because if you remember, we ran out of material around the hex bolt. So I need to take this off here. So I'm going to say that this little help line here is perpendicular. And we move it, let's say 3 millimeters. And we actually need more material somewhere here. If you hold, you get a squiggly line, or not a squiggly, round line. Okay. You know, I'm super excited about all this now. It's in today's video, I'm asking for manufacturers to make some of the parts for this gate, and as soon as I found all the manufacturers, I can show you. By the way, I have the bill of material. Yeah, it's here. So this is the bill of material for the clock escapement marble gate, and I'm looking for all the red parts up here, these lines. And the idea is to get help from good manufacturers, or to hire good manufacturers, so I can keep on designing and finish this whole thing. Is the idea. So I'm just gonna try to make this pretty with some fillets, and then we're gonna go back to our walls. This is so ugly what I've done here. I'm sorry. Just gonna do this and this. This is this is ugly, but it's okay. It's okay. You are tangential to you. You don't exist. Okay, it's good. It's good for now. So let's now see if we did our homework correctly. Wait. Making the help line perpendicular on the top right hole shifted it slightly to the left. Okay, let me check that mole before we move on. Ah, you're absolutely right. I forgot to put this in. 25. Ah, it's in the middle there. It's okay. It can be there. So now you can see that our extrude feature has not updated correctly. So I'm updating that, and I'm telling the extrusion that all this is metal. And the bolts are not following because I put them in a little bad way. We're saving this design. And now it's going to be interesting to see what our walls are doing. So remember our walls here? And now Fusion tells me that this design is updated. So let's see what happens with all our walls when I update the linked design. They kind of did a good job. The bolts are not following. I can fix that. Let's remove this. But the holes are in the correct place. So now we can go in and add more material here. By just increasing this radius to 8 perhaps. 8 and 8. You can see everything follows. I just have to change on one place, which is good. And we're not touching. Oh, this is close. You see this? This teeth is too close for my liking to this. So that would not be good. 7. Maybe we should actually be a little serious and project this and see where those teeth are. So now you can see the clearance we have from that marble gear. It's almost 2 millimeters, which is actually fine. It sounds like little, but it's fine. Nothing will move here. Famous last words. Keep up the good work. Greetings from Netherlands, from Martin. Thank you so much. SOS, Medvoran. The holes are not reachable with your fingers to guide the balls into them. They need to be straight from the top. Instead, make a bracket 90 degrees with vertical holes instead. Miroslav, finally got a chance to express my deepest respect for what you do. Thank you. I'm so impressed that you all have the patience for this project as well, and that you're not giving up on the machine. It's equally impressive. Thank you. Okay, so the suggestion from Medvoran to make a vertical bracket. That's another idea. That would require another weld, which would not be so tricky. No, I think I'm gonna keep it this way. Because I don't see the issue with the fingers that you said. Really. So. So I worked so hard to keeping this part small, and now it's getting larger and larger by the minute. And that is not so nice, but okay. That was not my idea from the beginning. So let's check the underside of this part. We need it to be a little longer, like so. And then this part will weld to another part. So this part will have a puzzle piece. So I'm gonna make a little puzzle tab here. And this puzzle tab will be apparently 20 millimeter long. And it will have 5 millimeter there. 15 millimeter there, apparently. I don't have to constrain that. And it will be 3.175 times 2 deep. And from here to here, this should get rid of our last blue lines. Let's do 20, that's too much. 10, it's too little. 14, maybe. Maybe I can make this a little bit prettier by actually I don't know if it's going to be prettier, but let's try. That looks, again, always feeling cool when I'm using fillets or tangential curves. Okay, that went wrong. It looks like a snail, kind of. Alex Morrow, that's one sexy spreadsheet. Well, we have another spreadsheet lover. Let's look at it again. Yeah, I loved it actually. It's helping me. It's something to hold on to in this wild ocean. And it's kind of motivating. You can change color when you receive the part or when you order the part. It's nice. Thanks for some spreadsheet appreciation there. I love it. So let's make this part also 5. This is not perpendicular. So now came up degrees instead. You can't see it, but that means that I forgot to tell this line to be perpendicular. And we still have some blue lines here because Fusion doesn't know where I want these bands. So then I just give it some, I just tell it some facts. That was a wrong fact. Sorry for this. Come on, can you just... I just keep on adding these until these lines turn black. No. Ah, it's because of this length. Check this out. This is the missing piece, yes. So now they turned black. Probably this one is not needed even. Yes, it was, okay. I don't know if you had in other countries, but you had this children program, Barba Pappa. I think this whole design feels like a Barba Pappa. I think all Swedish people will know it. I don't know the name in English. Looks like a little duckling also. You're still relying on the bolts to hold this part in place. Maybe make the two shapes slot into each other. I don't really understand what you mean. Maybe it's because you haven't seen the last part coming. Turtle. Barba Papa was popular in France. Samuel, greetings from my bedroom. Greetings back. So, yeah, I don't think this looks really cool. I think it looks pretty ugly. I think I even saw some opinions like that in the chat. I have to agree. But we can iterate on it. I mean, we have all this space. We can connect them much higher up. This is ugly. But we can work on that. First, I want to see what happened, why there's a space between these two pieces, because that's not right. So let's look in the timeline. Maybe I extruded it 3 millimeters, this part. 3.175. That's correct. The middle one is 3 millimeter. That's why. No? Yeah, so it's from this object. I need to offset this 0.175. Yeah, I think that was it. That was it actually. And now this one is wrong. So this sketch plane. We're entering Martin Stairs blankly at computer screen territory. Let's edit this plane. That should be good as well. Why are those parts in each other? What am I missing? Sorry for this, it's just a confusion between inch and millimeters here. 335, that's too much. That should be 3175, so I have wrong the offset. The offset should have been divided by 2, of course, because it's split on both sides. So check this out. Offset 0.175 divided by 2, okay. Now the parts are aligned. Sorry for that confusion. Now it's good. Futashug's mansion. Never knew I would someday be watching someone making a CAD drawing. Used to hate this stuff in university. I guess it all depends on what you're trying to make. Yeah, there's no question about it that this is ugly. So let's address that first. Let's go in and butcher this shape because we want to kill this barba papa. It's awful. Let's connect these 2 holes like this instead. That's going to have a more of an engineering look. And since we have this part, we can now make sure $13. So I want to offset it. So I'm just making sure that we're clearing all the moving parts. Oh yeah, we are clearing. Okay, so I hope you are going to be happier with this, because I know I will be. This a little bit 12 perhaps. Oh. So the way to learn constraint, by the way, it's like when you can move things around in a way that you don't want to, then you can always think, we need a constraint. So make this parallel with the middle line, and now I can't do that anymore. And it looks weird up here, so make this line tangential with that line. Please allow me. No. Something else is in the way. Aha, it doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Boom. So that has radius 7, that's why. Let's make this also radius 7. And, well, does it look better now? Edit the extrusion. So that looks a little bit better, I think. You're so much never going to see these parts, like at all. But the one before was unnecessary. I also think there's too much meat here. Let's move the tab to the left. That starts to look less horrible, I think. What are you using to design this? It's Fusion 360. Vince B, nice. Okay, you liked it. That's great. It's like, this is a good. I always start doing like something and then I iterate. I kind of. What is it you do when you're baking pizza? Kneading the dough? Is it kneading? You're like iterating on the design like that. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that it's kind of small. Kneading the dough. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Shrink the meat in between the holes. So go big for holes, small for the connection part. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's a good suggestion, actually. I'm gonna do as you say. I don't want it too small because we still need the rigidity. But we can definitely swerve it in a little bit here. We should, of course, this should, of course, be designed the same way later. Actually, I'm gonna come back to that suggestion later because I want to show you the part you haven't seen. We're gonna start a new profile that is down here. And this is the last part we have to design. Then we have to make it times 11 for the vibraphone, but that's at the end. So new component. Then I can kind of show you where I'm going with all this. Now I'm gonna break my own rule and put the sketch on a plane. So I'm picking up the geometries from those. Let's see. I don't see anything like that. So now we're gonna make a part under here. Let's start with a beautiful square. What happened now? Ah. Okay. And now we're gonna make the holes in this part a little bit bigger. We need to offset. So I usually give 0.1 millimeter on each side. So let's do that. 0.1. And let's offset all this. No, I don't want to do it like that. I'm gonna offset this 0.1. And that's our holes. And this is our part. So the other brackets will be welded. These brackets will be welded to this part. And the reason they stick through there is that we're gonna have two of these. Because we bought 1/8 inch thick material and we bought a lot. So I want a double thickness and we're just going to double it. So I'm going to just mirror that design and mirror this component on its own plane, if I'm allowed to. So there you go. That's kind of the blocky version of this. Check. Thunderstorm looks sturdy. Yeah, I hope so. So this is the part that we will weld to the whatever holds this thing up. And then this kind of clamping thing will put it in place. These bolts are annoying. Let's remove them so we don't have to look at them. I go back here because they are in the wrong position. Scroll. And I think we're getting somewhere. There's still some tweaking to do before we can be happy with this. So it takes much more space now, and it's much less. Yeah, look at this. We have to also now, that's going to be the next thing. We have to clear all the moving parts here. I will do that very, very soon. Let's move this bolt into place so we can see where we're going. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Okay, medborran. Then do the bolted connection between the bracket and the mounting plate instead. Weld the 90-degree bracket to the gate. Bolts will be reachable from the top. You mean that you can reach the bolts from here? When the marbles are gone? Paladidir, I'm so happy you chose to go with the brass gears. It looks so much better. Yeah, and they're twice the size. I was bullied into using the brass gears by Discord chat. They didn't stop bullying me, and then I realized they had the correct idea. And all the other moving parts is PUM or Delrin, so that is a good. It slides nicely. Best channel and community on YouTube is here. The community, I can really agree on. The community is awesome. And especially with Discord now, when people have a place to interact and exchange ideas, I'm so happy. This was your comment. This part is now in the way for the wrench. Definitely true. So let's have a look at this. Where did our bolt go? It's here. Let's move this bolt. I'm gonna do another sin. I'm going to capture the position of this bolt so it stays where we put it. So see now how we made it completely impossible to access this bolt with the other thing that someone pointed out, capture position. Let's put this bolt on the other side as well. Bulle C, bulle V, som vi säger på svenska. Doesn't have to sit perfect. I'm just gonna do it cheeky. So the first we can note is that this shield here, or parts here, are completely in the way. We can't reach these bolts anymore. So let's fix that. Fusion is thinking. I hope it's not crashing. So this is the metal plate around, and I need to have some meat here. We can't have 0. So maybe we need to just put a washer or something on the bolt. Let's try 5. No, 4 is enough. 3. 3 is enough. Let's put, and on this side we can actually have more if we want. Let's do 3 for now. And let's do 4 here. And let's make it a little bit pretty with some fillets. As I said earlier in the stream, I always feel cool when I use fillets. It doesn't take much apparently. Let's start like that and see how accessible the bolts are now. I think these parts are still going to be slightly in the way actually. Well, slightly there. They are a lot in the way. No, not a lot. So, sorry for moving around. I have a 3D mouse. Check how nice it moves with the 3D mouse. I just started to use it again. But I'm not so good with it. It looks like this. So you can move it any direction. Where did it go? Sorry. Home. There. So the people who are fast with 3D mouses, they are super fast with CADing. And it looks like kind of like animation. Oh, that's enough of showing the 3D mouse. So yeah, this is bad design, definitely. We could use a washer and a longer bolt because we have the room there. But then we come back to the issue if we can insert the things when the bolts are longer. Because this is a nightmare trying to access this bolt now. Someone said, I don't understand why you have 2 parts. Remove the side material and weld the gap. There's not a lot material left then, but we have more space on this side. So someone asked why I have 2 sides here. That's because one side is holding the nut and one side is stopping the nut. So you could argue to only have one, but I wanted this to be sandwiched because of rigidity. And we bought too much material, so I'm a little bit frivolous with metal now, which is maybe a little bit stupid, but I want these to be like sturdy. So I don't mind. And it looks big, you know, this part is like 3 centimeters long. It's fine. Martin, eliminate third nut holder plate. Use a weld nut and TIG it onto the second plate. A weld nut. I've never worked with weld nuts. It sounds super cool, but it's just another. It's a cool suggestion. But we have this material is only 3 millimeters thick. 3 millimeters is not a lot. Like to hold the whole gate. This is 3 millimeters. Like look at Wilson compared to 3 millimeters. I'm not so happy having only 3 millimeters on each side. So the doubling gives us like 6 millimeters, which is more a scale I think is better. But it's a cool, I never heard of a weld nut. It's a cool suggestion. So the idea I had is that this bottom can rest on this surface, perhaps, if we don't want to weld there. Because now this whole under thing, this whole under section here would be where we're welding the other brackets. So let's do this one pretty as well. Let's just fix this. Pretty air 6. I'm just gonna do this. So since we ordered so much sheet material and since we are water cutting and Jeffrey has said that we can just cut how much we want, I'm not, at the moment, I'm not super into low part count. Like a general rule you should be, but to just give you some sense of scale here, across this part is 2.5 centimeters. So this part you're looking at now is this big. So compared to Wilson, you can fit like 20 of these parts onto the surface of Wilson. So they're kind of small. I kind of like the look of that. But we have one remaining issue, is that this bolt is still not fun to get to. So a simple way to fix that would be to put washers, a washer stack. Because then you see we can access it from the side with this ratchet thing that we planned. I'm gonna check some suggestions. Why not make the pieces you just added integrated into the original marble gate design? Make the attachment points with bolts underneath and behind the part. So beneath and behind, there are some places on the machine where we run into stuff behind the gate. So, for example, the hi-hat, I could actually turn the camera and show you, but the hi-hat, yeah, some marble gates don't have the space behind them. So I wanted to have something as close as possible to the body. So here in CAD, it looks like we have a lot of empty space here to the left on the screen, but in real life we don't. I think that's the quick answer to that. Can you make the bracket? Sometimes I see a suggestion and it disappears. What if you reverse the nut to the other side and only puzzle piece the center bracket and right bracket, not the left bracket, leaving the left side smooth so you can get to the bolt? Ah, actually you're right. You're right. This is just actually not necessary at all. Because the reason I want a puzzle piece is for ease of welding. But this is going to be so easy to weld anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna do your suggestion. We already have stepped away from a completely symmetric design. I'm gonna do your suggestion. Who was that from? Lonnie B. Thanks, Lonnie B. I'm gonna do what you I'm gonna do what you suggest. So, no, I don't have to do that. So what we say is that we say that this line, capture position, this line is collinear with this line. Boom. And let's beef up this side. Boom. Look at that. I like it. So this still puzzles in, but it has nothing on the side, and we will be able to get to the bolt. Nice design, look at that. Thanks for the great suggestion. That omits the need of a washer stack. Okay, cool. Let's make some nice fillets. So here's another inspiration from all of you, something that I've learned from having so much great eyes on me when I'm CADing. Normally what I would have done with a part like this is that I would have extruded like this, and then I would go in here, hit F, and made fillets here in the physical model like this, right? To make it look nice. But since I started flaunting my CAD, my lazy CAD, people have said make the fillet in the sketch. So if we instead take it a little easy here and we just make the fillet in the sketch, we save a shorter timeline. It's much nicer. So let's make these construction lines. Let's make this also a construction line just for ease. And then we're gonna go along this, and here I'm gonna make a little rounded corner. Here's a little rounded corner. Then I'm connecting this. So you spend longer time in the sketch and you'll have it back forever and ever in your design, because you don't have a super long, messy timeline. So let's just make this now 0.5 millimeters. And then interesting, the Waterjet cutter has 0.4 millimeter curve, which is the width of the water, how much it cuts away. So it can't cut a 90-degree corner. So what I do, and what we did with all the other parts, is that I put in a 1 millimeter circle here. So I'll cut that out as well. I'm not doing this as the most beautifully possible, but there you go. So let's do the same here. Because when the pieces are puzzling, we don't want like things in the corners. So we want to have clean holes so the pieces can puzzle easily. And here's another thing I learned from the CAD team. Equal mark. First circle is 1 millimeter. Just put equal mark on all other circles, and they will follow the first one. Please follow. So there's some blue lines in there. I'm closing my eyes to that fact for the moment. There you go. We have we kind of have something. I'm not sure I'm happy with it yet. Let's put sketches off. Sketches off. But what I thought from the beginning of the day, to weld this directly, this is so much better. So let's pattern this out and see what will happen. See how it feels. Now we have 11 of those. Let's make 11 of everything. Edit feature. I'm just choosing all my components. And now we can kind of get a feel. So now you can see it, it's hard to see when there's so many. I think I will be able to reach those bolts. Actually, however I make this, I will be able to reach them. Do we have an issue with this nut that I make blue here hitting this? Wait. Are we in the front position or back position? We are in the back position. So you see the pallet is already in the back position. So these bolts are only moving forward. So we're fine. Look, that looks pretty cool actually. Okay, I'm gonna read some suggestions. Look in the Marblegate channel. Okay, things are happening on Discord. Let's open Discord. Marblegate channel. So, live suggestions from Discord. What should I look at? Top accessible bolt. Okay, so this is cool. He's coming. That sounds like Lord of the Rings. They are coming. Okay. So this is a good example of why I love Discord. Like, live visual suggestions. Idea for the stream. Okay, yeah, that's the other direction. So this sketch by Flutter guy here, can you see it? It has the screws coming up from the underside. Gonna give that a thumbs up. It was good. Subframe idea. Yeah, maybe it would be less parts actually. Maybe from below will mean less parts. I have to weld on another part to the gate, and all the other parts would be. But the thing is, the top bolt orange arrow, bolt direction permanent. The bottom bolts are top accessible bolts. But would that work? Would the top accessible bolts work? From where? Not underneath. You really don't want to access. You can't really access through here anywhere. It's tight everywhere. So the top is not working, but your ideas and reaching it from the bottom. not sure. I'm not sure. Let's see the latest suggestions. Either way is better than what's used now. Hello, YouTube. Yeah, top accessible bolts, no room. But you could have your idea, but have the bolts coming up from below. That is a valid suggestion, definitely. But if we think about it, sorry for all the moving around. So action stream. I'm just thinking about this suggestion. I think I've understood it completely. And that's just to basically, instead of having the screws on this plane, we just move them onto this plane, which means that we add one welded part. One thing that I like with that idea is that we can make the nuts on top auto-locking, and kind of it would create an I-beam kind of thing. So we add one like L part underneath. I'm just gonna CAD it quickly to see if we're on the same okay, so Discord. I'm just going to CAD what I think is your idea a little bit quickly to see if we are on the same page. So new component. Yes. Create sketch there, let's say. This might be more elegant. The sketches are... I put the sketches off. Object visibility, sketches on. Thank you. Isolate. So I'm just doing this so I can get confirmation from Discord that I've understood what you're suggesting. I think even you could have 4 screws then, if you want to. I'm blocking this, obviously. That's, I think, what's being suggested. Which looks pretty sweet. So, Discord, am I on the right track? Yes, Martin, but the plate could just be L-shaped. So no welding. Yeah, but okay, so you mean a bend. A bend is much less precise. So okay, so this is what Discord meant. And credit, because it might make more sense. One reason that I like this idea is that I can put the holes... Wait, I'm gonna show you in the sketch. One cool thing with this idea is that we can get the locking of the nuts automatically. So if I isolate this, so the purple is the wall, right? So if we make the holes in a perfect distance from the wall, we can have why are you not moving the way I want to? We can do this, which means that the wall coming from above will keep the nuts from rotating. It's kind of auto-locking. So this part can become actually really, really small. It could look like this. This. Let's just look at that. So, are you with me? The bolts from below and the M5 nut on top will just be held in place by the construction itself. That's what gets me going with this idea. But then comes the next question: where do we weld this to the machine? That's the next question, because then we have bolts here. Oh, then we can let that stick out. Yeah, I think you are onto something. Because I think we can make everything smaller in your direction. And we have to think about the space on the machine, because we have this big, huge brackets. But there's also nothing that says that this has to be angled that way. It can also be angled a little bit forward. And I love the fact that we're creating an I-beam. Use angle beam, no bending required. So would you then put an angle beam onto the Waterjet cutter is my question for that. The bend thing is going to be much more complicated than puzzle in and weld this together into an I-beam. So the bending idea to save part count, I'm not on board with that idea. I think it's just overcomplicating a lot. But the direction, I think you perhaps nailed it. How would you tap the bolts when they're going up, like kind of in line with the grain of the sheets of metal? Just the drill. There's no tapping. We just use nuts. Okay, so I'm back to the YouTube chat. Would offsetting the gates work? Josh Twins, hey. Use the pipe holder as your bracket. The pipe holder as the bracket was suggested in the beginning of the stream, and I like to keep that function separate, because it's kind of, it's nice to like, okay, procedure 1, place the gate. Procedure 2, bend the pipes into place. Procedure 3, add the pipe holder as kind of the dessert last. So sometimes having parts do multifunction makes it more tricky, I feel. Bonjour from Argumot. So, Eole Salmon, you're one step ahead of the process. Do brackets need to be separate pieces? Not just make one that attaches all the marble gates. That's what we're gonna do in the end. So we're gonna make one bracket for kick drum and cymbal, one separate bracket for hi-hat and snare, and then an 11-piece bracket for the vibraphone in one big piece. First of all, we need to figure out how to, and probably when we're making those, probably this direction is better. Yeah, I think you have convinced me to start over. Use a MIDI file instead. How about an espresso machine? Tjena, think clever and smart. Make it a long plate on which you mount them all. That's the idea for the vibraphone, definitely. Okay, let's save all these parts and let's go back. How should I do this? It is better. I just have to switch tracks in my idea for how to do this. Okay, I'm gonna switch direction, literally and figuratively. So what I didn't like with this is that we had this sticking down so far, and now we can make it much smaller thanks to the other direction, which is great. I'm just trying to think ahead to see if I see any issues, and I literally can't find them. It's going to be much easier. We can use like this tool with an extension. I think it's a much better idea. John Ryan Meany, oh my lord, I thought I was good at CAD, but watching you do this makes me see what I have to learn. Thank you, and I feel the same when I watch others. So thank you for the compliment. Everything I just did, I'm just going to scrap all of it. So I don't know if that was so brilliant. I'm going to see what Discord is saying. Bottom bolt idea would benefit from the subframe idea. Am I allowed to forward message from Ramon? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just providing some context from where we are in this stream. So we have done point 1, talked about why I'm not welding this, why I'm using fasteners, and we're still at part 2, designing of the profiles. And I made a whole system on stream, but Discord called me out on the direction, and now we're going to, instead of having the screws from the side, we're going to have the screws from the bottom like this. And I am happy because this will make me able to save my slim design. So now we go back all the way from the beginning. I'm going to remove this text. Boom. We go back all the way from the beginning, and we take some water. Where is Fusion 360's angle grinder tool? It's the timeline. I'll show you. We get there now. Gonzo is in the chat. Gonzonator, nice to see you. What about a row of pins sticking up? Slot each gate down onto it. Yeah, that's what's going to happen, but the pins will be bolts. Discord intervention, definitely. Hey from Sverige, hi Sweden. And thanks Lone Wolf for very nice feedback. You all are so sweet and positive towards me. I'm always nervous for like streaming or putting out videos, and then I get all this nice feedback. So thanks so much. It means a lot. Can you hook the back part into a slot to avoid 2 of the back bolts? So Nullis Solus. Yes, that's a cool suggestion, but I have too much hardware in my drawers downstairs. So I rather do hardware overkill. But actually, I can use your suggestion in the new design. We can have it completely lock. Okay, let's start working on this. Because I can use what you just said, I think. We can have it locked down perfectly, and then just having the bolts to secure it. Martin, please make any music 3 for us. Yeah, hopefully with the last CAD model that will be possible. Okay, so if you've been here from the beginning, this is where we all started. We tried to find the optimal placement for these bolt holes, and we proved it was pretty difficult. So I'm removing them. You are gone. You are gone. All this is gone. Bye, 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 bye. I'm not even gonna save what we have done because I should probably save that as a no, I don't need to say what we have done. So look here, we're back into super slim territory, and I want to know where the palette is. So this is a good illustration of, this is how it always is, like you design something and then new information comes up and you want to change it. And this is always hard to portray in videos. So that's why it's fun to live stream. Now you can see me scrap my own work live. So this circle is 13. So we need to clear here. We need to clear a 13 millimeter circle. So 2.5 millimeter from the bottom plate. I think that looks good. So let the bottom plate start there. And then I want to have some nice tabs because I want this part to puzzle in, like always, to the other part. So let's be frivolous. Let's give this 2 tabs. And again, you can see that my new lines are blue. Blue is bad. That's why it starts with a B, of course. And now we can constrain this. I'm thinking about how many layers material we will need. We will only need, this is why this direction is so much better, 3.175, because we can actually keep everything smaller, which means we can keep things smaller and still be rigid. 3.175, because we're using inches, because this is water cut in Cleveland, Ohio, which sounds super cool to my ears anyway. I've never been there. Shout out to Jeffer, who is going to water cut these pieces in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's do it a little bit smaller. So this looks much better. I'm just gonna cut out the corners as I showed before because of the curve of the Waterjet cutter. With a 1 millimeter circle like that. Fusion is getting slow on me. Using the equal sign, equal constraint. Oh, I don't have the menu, sorry. I didn't put the... There we go. Sorry. Now you can see the menu again. Let's look at this. This is going to be so much tighter. It's brilliant. I need to find my extrude feature. I never find this one. In my long timeline. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Sorry for that. So now I'm editing the extrude feature and I say, please cut these tabs and please don't cut these little things, or I mean, cut them. So why are these pieces not ending up on the same spot? That would be helpful now. We can puzzle that piece as well. So what I'm looking on now is that you see that this part ends before this part ends. So let's fix that. Intro profile. Let's go have a look on that sketch. So here's the intro profile sketch. Am I not? Oh yeah, there we can project our new little line. The purple thing there was the thing we just designed. And hopefully I can say you are collinear with you. No, it doesn't want to. We have to remove this one. Because when I already told the line with another constraint that you are 10 millimeter away from something else, it doesn't want to obey me. There we go. It's perfect with our new thing. So if I hit enter, finish that sketch, our parts should line up. And it looks amazing. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? Okay. So for any new viewers, I spent half the stream on one solution and then came a better solution from Discord, and now I'm redoing what I did, and it's really worth it because this is going to be so much sleeker. We have to think though, because we don't want the bolts to be in the way for the moving parts. I'll put the bolts there, I think. So let's make the part in here. Now we're gonna do the bottom plane with the bolt holes. So I'm gonna make a new component inside here. It's gonna belong to this. The reason I make it in this design is because this is gonna be welded on, not screwed on. So I-beam bottom. And let's create a sketch on that plane. Perfect. Ooh, is it crashing? No. Create sketch. Aha, there. There was a notification on the other screen I didn't see. Isolate this new sketch, and then we have to... I hope you're having a nice time, everyone. I'm having so much fun. You keeping me company and giving me great ideas for how to do this better. So now I'm making, if the marble gate is like this, now I'm making a plate underneath it like this. And it will make sense soon. Okay, so this is gonna be a symmetric design, so let's be good by making a middle line, and now I'm only gonna design half the plate, and then in the end mirror the plate, which is an obvious way to design. When you know you have a symmetric design, you do half the work, right? And you know it's perfect. So instead of adding 100 things, I can only do half the side and then mirror it. So you to you are 10. You to you are, oh. You to you are 3.175 for now. You are parallel with you. And this is why I love this suggestion, because this part is going to be small, very small. Let's do 6. And then we're going to have some space for these puzzle pieces, 0.1 millimeter extra there and here. And then we're going to have the 2 bolt holes, and 4 bolts per thing. Oh, I'm gonna get rotten tomatoes because of that. Maybe we can use, maybe I should only, oh, I feel so great though. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. It's gonna be 4 bolts now. We could have smaller bolts perhaps. Maybe we can go down to M4. I'm gonna look at chat. I didn't. Ah, there's more hard 2 bolts diagonally from Egersunder. That would be super nice. But I'm feeling like spending money today on bolts. So now comes what I love with this design. As I said from the beginning, we can make the polygon now, and we can determine, if I do this, I can then determine, so an M5 bolt we said was 7.85, so the distance of this bolt hole will be half of that from the wall. So this is going to be one magic thing with this design. So I put 7.85 divided on 2, and then I say U is collinear with U, and that is our whole location. Num 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 num. Beautiful. Not my idea. That was my idea actually, but not my suggestion. I'm placing them randomly now, and so now we can also make I can also mirror this. Why is it still blue though? So I want to figure out why this is still blue. Never mind. So I'm mirroring this over this line. This is probably not the smartest. Now it turned black. Let's just extrude this and have a look at what we made. And now I can mirror the half of the design over this middle line. So you see now we got some work for free. Extrude 3.175. That went wrong. I got carried away. I got carried away again. There. This is so much better. We're not there yet, but this is great. You need a small amount of gap between the bolt head and other object. Bolt heads always have a little bit of tolerance on the shape. GBUD. Totally agree. Good pointed out. A little good suggestion. A little bit of space there will still keep the nut from rotating, but it will save a lot of heartache. Let's try 4. Then the hole became... I didn't do this well. I shouldn't have... I want to remove these hexagons. I'm not used to constraining hexagons, so I don't want them. 7.85 divided by 2. So you see now on the left side that this circle is moving. That's the magic of when you're mirroring stuff. So if you still work on the on one side, your sketch is always like auto-updating, symmetrical, which is nice. Let's see if we can constrain this a little bit nicer. You are parallel with you. And now, thanks to the suggestion, we're gonna get a little, give it a little, what happens now then? Oh yeah, it's waiting. Something is wrong with the color. It's coming up on the second screen. Oh, sorry for this. How much space are we going to give the bolt? Like 0.3 millimeters. As you can see, this nut can't rotate, and it will be easier to get it in place. I like it. I didn't like how I did this though, so we're going to just copy this. Somewhere down here, I don't know how far yet. I'm just gonna finish this up, and then I'm going to, oh, that went wrong. .85 divided by 2. Thank you. You are parallel with you. You are 0.3. Why are they still blue? Is it because of this? So now when I wonder why they're still blue, I can start to pull in things. Okay, that's it. So you grab it and you realize, okay, I can pull it that way. So that's what Fusion is asking for. So then I tell this thing, you are 8 millimeters from that edge, then they turn black. So now we have to start to look at what our bolts are colliding with, because they will be colliding with stuff. And then we can move the holes to avoid that. That's the plan anyway. This is so much better. Actually, can I have... But now you're starting to get the idea, I think. Don't need any bolts there. The PMA holders as your mating connection point. Yes, that has been suggested before. It's a good suggestion from RMB Fox 1775. But as I explained earlier in the stream, sometimes I want to separate the functions because they come in on certain times. So I want to be able to bend the PMA pipes in place with no holder there at all. So if the holder is used to keep the whole thing in place, I can't do that. So that's why I need to bolt first somewhere else, bend the pipes there, add the holder last. So that's the rationale for keeping more parts. Fillet tool. Yes, fillet tool is needed very soon. Sebastiaan Jansen, nice to see you here. Is that M5? That looks so huge. So then you can see like how small our parts are on the screen. This hole is 5 millimeter wide, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So if you would guess, you wouldn't say 5 millimeter when you see that. 5 millimeter is this much. Wilson's eye is like 2 times the size. So we're dealing with miniature parts here. Okay, but we have to keep this going. But I'm very happy for the suggestion to turn it around. This is much better. My only worry is, can we fit a nut in there? I don't think so, because it can't touch this. So it would be so nice if we could make the parts longer. Or if this should stick out in the back and we can put the... So what I'm debating is the position of these. This one definitely needs to come down, but then it hits the pallet. But if we have 4, maybe we can put them pretty close to each other. That looks ridiculous. Why use spring from JO? The pallet needs to come back to the tick-tock. One way it's pushed, the other way it has to be pulled by the spring. You can use a weight, but that was too slow. Here, put the bolts from GBU in from the top, weld them in place and grind the heads down, or use press-in studs. Aha! Ooh, that's pretty nice idea. And then have the nut from below instead. So the whole thing has like 4 threads coming out of it without bolts. Because welding on these things, they have a coating of zinc. It's not nice to weld on them. I think there was a cool podcast called S-Town. And I think the main character died from poisoning of something. No, that was like the old chemical from the thermometers. I've forgotten the name. Now I would like to keep the bolts like normal hardware with no welding, because I can design it to do that. So my issue is that I want the bolt exactly where this pallet is. Let me hit the home again so I don't have to make you all nauseous. Now it moves better. So this is the pallet, and I want a bolt exactly where this sits. A nut, I mean. So what to do? Let's go get M5 nut and put it in there so we can see what we are working with. Lock nuts, metric, go metric, nylon insert. Let's take the highest one. Was it 30 degrees or no? It was 115, I think. 115. No, that's wrong. I'm gonna switch to orthographic. I should have done that from the beginning. See, now everything is flat in orthographic view. Otherwise it's like, it doesn't matter. That's okay. Point to point. So this is the interference I'm fretting about. You can see that this is not working. That's kind of annoying. We had such a slim part. There's always something, huh? Oh wait, we make it slot. Yes, we make the backside slot down. Ooh, that's going to be nice. Look. We extrude this. Boom, through. How beautiful is that? So we have this coming down into the thing. So just like click into place. And then we're still going to use 4 bolts on the front. Now I should actually, yes, we're still going to use 4 bolts on the front. it had so much promise, and it doesn't feel as efficient as it was before. I can pull the whole thing down. Maybe I should just bite that bullet to make more space height-wise. Then we can have the nut completely under here. Okay, going to Discord for inspiration. Here's a cool click idea. Oh yeah, yes. Here's some ideas from Discord. Held in by gravity. Love it. This interference have been fixed. Oh, there's a lot of ideas here. That's what we did from the beginning. It's not a push spring, it's a pull spring. That's just a little. This is a nice suggestion from DexX. Just a little note about having hex-shaped holes in plates to auto-lock nuts. You don't need the whole hex to lock the nut in place. Few sides is enough. That's a really good thing to remember. Okay. So what's happening now is a good illustration of when I had an idea of how neat it could look, and then when you start to design it, you still don't have the room. So I'm gonna show you one fix. Which involves making everything larger. So we're just adding a centimeter here. Boom. Did you see that? My God, it's just 1 centimeter. Come on, Martin. How greedy can you be? So, since we have done our due diligence, everything is following. And now this nut fits under the pellet. Although with some... it's not really nice. It's not really nice. What about putting 2 on the other side here? So putting 2 nuts on the back side here. I want to separate. I don't want them tight because then it feels unstable in this direction. So we need to take a good look at this clamp. This clamp is actually made in Sweden. And I sent the final DXF already to Daniel, so I don't want to change that. Threads then. Threads into the plates. Threads over here and nuts in the front. Maybe that's the solution. Okay, I'm gonna check YouTube chat. Daniel Bouchard, new member. Wow, thank you. That's super cool, Daniel. Thank you. Turn all wood to metal. Martin, you have recreated your bolt accessibility problem. Yeah, that's always what happens. Extend bottom plate. Actually, extend bottom plate. Maybe we should just go beyond here. Bolts from the top, nuts on the bottom. Your bolt head will be much skinnier and will assist you in the construction. Why not make it into Allen keys? because we can't get them in there. So, okay. One design aspect is how floating we can make this mechanism. So, oh, we have another new member. Thank you so much. Nico Ken. Welcome. So check this suggestion out. We just totally extend this thing backwards. Because the more material we add in the front, the less floating the design is. So let's say that we actually have the space. And then we put 2 bolt holes back here and 2 bolt holes down here. Comme ça. That's going to be very hidden. I think this is the pragmatic solution, actually. We can weld this part to this. Yeah, this is nice. This is super nice. What do you think? Is it good? Why don't you like tapping the plate? From Acecraft. Hey, Acecraft. First of all, it's mild steel. It's only 3 millimeters thick. So this is the thickness of the steel. And you don't fit a lot of threads in there. I heard a rule for a thread to reach full strength, it should be as long as the diameter. So with M5, you should have 5 millimeters threads. That's what I heard. And if that thread gets worn out, there's an issue. The thing is that the back plate needs to reach back anyway. I think this is great. I think this is what we should do. And I need to actually sign off on something soon. I thought it was going to be fast. Earlier in the stream we finished another solution, but then we had a better solution. So up here we can't lock the nuts. Yeah. This is always how it is, like one thing leads to another. And it's some greedy perfectionism going on as well, but I want this to be I want this to be feel right. But I need to finish off. I need to finish this now, so let's go back to the beginning. Let's undo this. I think this was 6. I'm freaking out though about these bolt holes now. I know it's absolutely ridiculous. Let's finish the front of this. So always when I get stuck, I notice what actually gets me on is to kind of like, okay, what do I kind of know about this design? So where can I finish? And what I know is that I can finish up in the front here. So let's start with finishing up the front. And then we fret about the backside. So let's fillet these edges. I already lost my mirror symmetry. And this doesn't need to be down there. 10. So this is so tiny. That's something that I love with this design, is that it's tiny. Everything is tiny. So we're good. That's good. Let's move these. Maintenance after assembly. Remember, simplicity is key. Yes, that is why we are trying to get this into a practical part. So now you can already see that the front of this part looks maybe better. Maybe I should move them away. No, this is good. It's gonna be welded. Doesn't matter that the holes are close to each other. Let's check that location in the grand scheme of things. Unisolate all. So I like this. I like this location. It's in the middle of nowhere where there's nothing. Super easy to reach this from below. Actually, it would be slightly easier if it's more forward. So let's do that. So now we're already going again, right? Now we are like on our way towards something that looks better. I see there's a lot of people wondering how this can take so long time, or that I'm still at it. And yeah, it's to my defense, I made 2 solutions. But now I'm going to just make some decisions. It's so annoying that it's just... It's so annoying that it's just wrong place. Maybe we should move it down again so I can have one. I think that will actually look the best. I'm gonna make some space height-wise. I think that's gonna look the best. It's starting to look like a cool cyberpunk pistol. Oh, it's the hydration we're missing. Discord. Charles Gordon, match the back of the extended plate to the PMMA. Yeah, so we extruded this super far here to have bolts on the other side. I don't like that anymore. I'm gonna definitely hide the bolts in the design. Someone wrote Discord. Just gonna check Discord quick. How about rib nuts? I have actually a rib nut tool. That's another process. Serrated steel bolts. they're doing some inch and millimeter conversions. Okay. Okay, I have made up my mind anyway, which is kind of what takes longest. I'm going to extrude it. I'm going to make it lower so we can fit the nut wherever we want to. So we're back here. So let's add let's add, I'm gonna have it in that corner. $12. How high was the nut? Let me measure it. It's 5 millimeters high. So now we have plenty of room here underneath the pallet. So what I'm looking at is now the nut versus the pallet. I mean, that part is not made yet. I can actually cut away on the underside. 12 is not ugly. Let's do 12. It's so small, everything. I have to just keep on reminding myself how tiny these parts are and not go crazy about it. And now, yeah, we are on our way now, everyone. I'm out of the... I was stuck. I was temporarily stuck, but I'm back. We're not going to extend this. That was horrible. Going to move this a little bit further. Done. Now I want to put this in the corner as far as I can. This is a bad idea. Go away. $7.85 divided by 2. Somewhere there. Are we perhaps getting somewhere? Mirror line, boom. Check this out. This feels better, doesn't it? No one will look at this and be like, how did that happen? When you see this part like in real life, you will be, okay, that's how it goes together. Right? It's neater. Everything is underneath now. I'm happy. This is a good illustration, like really what I'm slow. I'm painfully aware of how slow I am with making decisions. That's really what takes so long time. It's part of it is that I love it, that I love the design and I want it to be right. But look here, the accessibility. This is where we all started. We wanted to be able to access this This is easily accessible. The fact that we're welding on an I-beam, if you check up I-beam on Google, that's the kind of metal beams that keeps like skyscrapers standing. So we kind of have a skyscraper fundament going on in here. This will not move ever, and it's going to be super easy to design the holding brackets for everything. We have the tolerance. You can see that this part is not touching the other part. If I zoom in, you can see there's a gap between the parts. And whoa, that's take a long time. But better to invest the time now than to have to angle grind on the machine. So what do you think? Is this the final solution? James Ty is not happy. It should have flamethrowers and rockets on the side. Yeah, agree. It seems accessible to me. Need relief in the corners of the bottom brackets. Okay, good. I love it when I notice that you are paying so much attention. So in the beginning of the stream, I explained that this is going to be water cut, and when you're CADing, you have to think of the kerf, which is the thickness of a cut. And in the computer, it looks like 0, but in real life, that's not true. So I want these corners to be completely cut out, which means I'm adding this thing to be cut out. So thanks for pointing that out. The relief cut. And just adding circles everywhere. I could do this neater. 1 millimeter. Then just use the equal sign on all the circles. And they will become, and this is called in CNC machine, this is called dog bones. And you can kind of see that this shape looks like a little dog bone. So we've done that, and we should figure out why we still have blue lines. Ah, this was why. So I thought I gave this 0.3 clearance. Okay, good. Only one blue line. Oh, look here. Look here. So I know there's like a meme of constrain that sketch. So I usually don't constrain my sketches, but I'm learning now to really do that. These blue lines does not matter. Sometimes when you change the sketch, you have to edit the extrude feature to tell Fusion what you actually want. Okay, sorry. I made a mistake here. So the point of all these little circles is that we can have the Waterjet cut these off. And you might say that it looks weak here because it's not a lot of material. Since this is going to be welded, I'm not worried about that at all. This part took 3 hours. 3 wonderful hours. By the way, have you seen the interview I did with Barnaby Dixon? Barnaby Dixon is such an awesome YouTube channel. I haven't said yes to any interviews for a long time, but when Phil the philosophist asked me, I had to. So last week he published an interview with it. Barnaby Dixon is an amazing puppeteer and artist. I met him in Alabama, so check that interview out. I'm playing some vibraphone at the end of the interview as well. Barnaby's whole channel with Dub Chick is amazing. He's like a musician maker. His filmed with a bird in one hand and the phone in the other, or a camera in the other, and he makes awesome like vlogs with this bird. Trust me, it's brilliant. Oh, I'm relieved. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. It took amazing amount of time, but I can sign off on this. There's gonna be super easy to weld all this straight. And actually, now, yeah, this is great. So that was only half of the designing. I have to check with Hannes if he needs me. Oh, he haven't said. You missed a dog bone on the top slot, bottom right. Thank you, chat. Where? Ah, did I not delete it from the extrude? I believe you when you say it. Yeah, I see it. There. Thank you, chat. CAD karate. No, again. There, we have all 8 dog bones. Thank you, chat. Brilliant. Okay. So now let's do some fun. Let's save this. And let's head over to where all this started here. So for anyone joining the stream, these are the first components that we made, where we had the bolts from the side, which caused a lot of issues. And if I now hit update, this should update, and I'm going to delete everything we did in this design. So I'm just showing you the timeline. There's the timeline. Delete. Are you sure? Delete. This is annoying when it leaves like deletion features. You have to like delete the fact that you deleted something. Please let me just delete everything. So sometimes you can go crazy. Why? Delete all features after history marker. Thank you. Delete all features after history marker. There we go. And now let's make the meeting piece, right? So now we're gonna make the piece that is going to be welded on to the machine. So we are, because I need to get this ready so I can send it to Cleveland, Ohio for Waterjet cutting. I keep on repeating that. Let's start with the vibraphone. Vibraframe. Create a sketch on this part. So brilliant. Isolate. Oh, I learned something new from Fusion. If someone is wondering, when you have a sketch on an angled plane, you can go to the sketch and you can choose look at. Then it will always show it to you straight, which is nice. So the vibraphone gates are placed at a 7-degree angle. So I'm just going to show you this by making a 7-degree line here. So we need to repeat this pattern 11 times with 55mm center to center along this 7-degree angle. So let's start with these, because these are the features we know we want. And then I can create a pattern, rectangular pattern. Direction, I choose the direction of the pattern is my 7-degree line. And I'm going to try to put 55mm, see if this is going to be correct. I don't think it's going to be correct. 11 instances. So this is the whole vibraphone. But, so that looks pretty cool. Oh yeah, we're right. This is 55mm. So this is kind of the front of the bracket. Now we have to kind of design a back. So let's just make the simplest possible. But we have to clear. So we have to keep our tongue in. Hålla tungan rätt i munnen. That's, I think, is a Swedish expression. Okay, so first of all, I made the pattern the wrong way. I should have done it, because this is not how the vibraphone works. Okay, so I need to redo that. The 7-degree tilt needs to be the other direction. So let's remove this. Did we kill the pattern? Ah, look, we still have our pattern. You see this? So now if I make 7 now, we actually fixed it. Okay, good. So this is now the outermost gate of the vibraphone on the Marble Machine X. So now we have to clear the pallets, and we are actually clearing pretty nicely there. Okay, so this is simpler than I thought. I'm just going quick now. For once. 20. Let's see if we can add this line. Edit pattern. No. Yes. Look. Okay. Okay, my brain is still working. Nice. Let's extrude this so we can see how we feel about it. What happened? E for extrude, add this one, and we're going to do it 3.175 metric stock. That looks like a pretty good bracket. And now you can see I have some features in here that I don't want to have. Oh, should we align? Should we let the tab stick down a little bit more? Or is that just... No, that's just such huge overkill, Martin. I was thinking the tabs from the thing could puzzle into these holes, but that's absolutely unnecessary. So I'm just gonna click X on a line there, so Fusion can't misunderstand that I don't want them cut. And now this bracket is sweet. We need some fillets and stuff, of course, but why is it tighter here than here? Ah, because of that, of course. Funny. So this should be 20. This line should be 20. It was 17. Yes, that looks better. So let's, for fun now, just multiply our thing and see where we're going. I'm gonna look at chat soon also. I just feel like this is finally perhaps going somewhere. I'll make a pattern of our linked subassembly. Directions, select. I want to steal it from the... Well, I should be able to take this. Oh, you want to see something trippy? That's when you like pull them out like an accordion. Hang on, like this. Wait. I think this always looks so trippy. Here. Isn't that cool? Okay, 11. And we want them to have a spacing of 55. Boom. Wow, this is the first time I see this. Look. When they sit like this anyway. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. I'm so happy I made the brass wheels larger because you will kind of actually see them, hopefully. Wow. And imagine this pallet sticking up like giraffe head. Gonzonator 1982 made a giraffe gate design. We can just put eyes on this. This is like the Brontosaurus from Jurassic Park, like eating. We can put small little leaves here on the brass gear, so it's like feeding it a new leaf for every musical note. Let's have a look under. This looks like engineering, my friends, doesn't it? This looks like a nice clearance from everything. I'm going to creep up tighter on the pallet here. Because I want this to be sturdy. But this looks sweet. I'm super happy for the suggestion from Discord. This is a better... This is gonna make my life a little bit easier. Good call from everyone. Very good call. So what I want to do now is that I want to hug the frame closer around all the moving parts. But first I'm gonna actually take a quick look at chat, see what's happening. I think you missed one of the corners. You missed 2 corners in the dog bones. Still? Missed reliefs. Or was that a long... That's pure engineering right there. I don't know if you meant this or another comment. Certex Quake, if you color the latches, you'll make them stand out as another Ecco. They'll work well with the fingers. Yeah, it's actually true. I have them in black. Maybe they're too anonymous. What's the minimum tolerance of this part? Creep up tighter. Jonas Gustafsson is translating my Swinglish. Thanks, Jonas. That's that's good. What's the minimum tolerance of this part? I don't know what you mean. Don't forget you extended the perpendicular parts to go into these slots you just deleted from Robert. Gold Wilson member also, Robert. Thank you so much. It was in the part above. So if I remove this, they only stick down to this part. And I'm gonna keep them going to only there. So we can have this part completely solid. Barnaby could be involved in the kinetic fingers. Yes. Owen Lowe. Hey Martin, keep it up. Thanks, Owen. Username. Well, live stream from Wintergatan. Yes, it's gonna be more live streams like this. I'm gonna CAD the whole week and having other people. I'm gonna order parts manufactured. So if you wanna lathe the axle for these parts, or if you wanna make these Delrin parts, please go to Discord and email Joanna. Because I'm ordering the parts instead of making them myself, so I can try to finish this machine. I think he means what would be tightest tolerance if you were make a drawing of it. Yeah, Marcel, thank you for the... I'm still not... I can't... I know there's names like age 6 and stuff like that. And, well, I can say in millimeters, I can say this is a plus minus 0.1 millimeters, kind of. So it's pretty, the tolerances are pretty forgiving. Finish this machine, man, that sounds amazing. Okay, I am going to make this look a little bit better. So if we go back to the sketch, oh, I'm so relieved that we're out of the place when I was stuck with all those bolts. That was horrible. How do I do this? Oh, I can make a... Okay, you are going to like this. This is a good time to make section analysis. So, if I start from... Can't I choose the sketch? This is annoying. Hang on. I'm gonna make a plane. Because now I wanna know exactly where parts are interfering. And to be able to do that, it's super good to use the section analysis as a tool. But I want it to be on when I'm sketching it, which means that I have to move. Yeah, this is a little annoying. Maybe I have to make a second sketch. Let me show you what I mean. Section analysis from this plane. This will now show us exactly where all the parts are, because we kind of cut the parts in half. Here you see it better. So now we can kind of see, if I leave that on. Oh yeah, perfect. I didn't think it would stay. So this is exactly what we need. So now Fusion is giving me a view of all the 3D parts cut exactly on the same plane as my sketch is. So thanks, Wilson. He thinks I'm super good at CAD. Thank you, Wilson. That is so sweet of you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about this myself. So you measured 55mm on the 7-degree line instead of orthogonally. Yes, true. True. That is definitely not correct. Okay, we have to take a step back. I was thinking when I was measuring there, am I choosing the right line? Because the center is orthogonally. Again, chat is doing this great. So that's why, yeah, that's why parts are tighter than they should be. Yep, we have the wrong pattern. Thanks for pointing that out. I missed that. That was crucial. So how do I pattern this? Like if I do 55 millimeters like this, then I can measure the length of a 7 degree line. It's not the neatest way to CAD this. I love the warning signs. Good job, whoever spotted that. Haha. Yeah, that was brilliant, actually. So 55.413. So length 55.14. So let's go back to our Fusion is getting a little tired on on all those parts. Let me go before that. And now if we can locate our pattern, here's our pattern. Let's change this to 55 point. I think I copied it. Yes, I copied it. There we go. That was good that you pointed that out. I was like thinking like this is not, I had a feeling that, why is it smaller again? Or is it just looking smaller? Do you also have an idea that the thing gets smaller to the right? That shouldn't be the case though. I think it's all, yeah. Okay, so that was brilliant, spotted. So now we have to do the same. Here you can actually see the mismatch. So we have to do the same on this pattern. Edit feature. Sometimes I just see the chat going crazy to the left. 55. Well done, Martin. That was the wrong way. So let's double check this orthogonally. Probably you don't like the fact that I used the diagonal measurement. But if this tells me 55 from here to here, 35, sorry, from here to here, yes, 55 millimeters orthogonally. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Cleveland, Ohio would have made this whole part in the wrong, and I would have been here like, why are pieces like not? I've done so much hard work trying to keep them apart from each other, and now we have more space in between. Thanks, chat, saving my life again. Someone who knows Fusion from Wesley Jolly, will the program allow him to virtually operate the machine? The CAD team, the Martian X CAD team, have done some joints so you can crank the handle and things start to rotate correctly. But it's a little bit too intense for fusion. So you would need something larger, something more, better software to kind of really animate it. I think that was the question. Now we can go back to my section analysis, which is saved here as a view. I think. Now we can start to hug this a little bit better. Warning. You should use 55 cosinus so you can understand it later on when you change the angle. That is probably correct, but I never used cosinus in my whole life, and I don't want to start now. But it's super cool. I would love to learn. But yeah, it makes me nervous. Can I project the... No, I can't. I can't project the section analysis view onto the sketch. That would have been awesome. So now again, I have to think, which way does the palette want to move? It's maximum to the back. So when the palette moves, it will clear the frame more than it will go into it. Sorry for flying around like crazy here. Here we go. So now what I want is to just be a little closer. So let's make these lines construction lines. And let's sketch something a little sweeter here. Discord is saying something. Oh, I didn't see. This is parallel with this. Let's try 20. You are tangential with you. Let's give this radius 15. 8. Look at this, already better. While we're at it, we should fill at this little corner here. 10. This is a little bit unnecessary. 12. So it's getting tighter and tighter, which I like. 12 feels good. Let's look at this in full view. Thanks everyone for sticking around. This is so hard to make videos of, and I get live help from the chat. It's so fun, and I hope we can learn something. So This was a good use of the section analysis, actually. So now I want to include these in the pattern. I still have my pattern somewhere. I shouldn't make another pattern because we already made one. So if I can just find this pattern. And introduce these lines, we should be golden. Look at that. Oh, I made one too many. Who cares? I would have loved to understand the cosinus suggestion. I don't know how. It's something with Pythagoras, I think. Wait, why are the holes now extruded as well? That's annoying. Okay. I think I have to manually uncheck the holes. No, I can do this. So, boom. Some CAD karate skills right there. Look at this part. Look what we made together. I'm proud. This is gonna be easy to weld to the machine. I dreamt of snakes this night. There was a big snake that another human was feeding small snakes into the big snakes. They say it's about transformation. That is a good dream. I don't know. I don't know. But this is good. Look at this. I'm happy I made the wheels so big. Let's look from below. I mean, this looks good. This looks great. I don't. Ooh, there's huge interference here. Check what happened. I forgot to check. Wait, something is off. Something is not right. Because there's more interference down here. I've picked the wrong line. Hold on. Hold on. Here's the problem, as you can see. These pallets, these lock neck monsters are coming up from the blue sea level. It's not good. I forgot that. So let's, but first of all, this pattern is on the wrong line. We might have an issue regardless, but this is on the wrong line. No, it's still on the wrong line. I'm thinking, yeah, I can't use that line. I have to, of course, use the first sketch line we made. Edit feature. Sorry, this is Martin staring blankly at the computer screen again here. I hide all the sketches. Let's show the sketches again. And let's carefully choose the correct line. Has to be this one then. It's like a ballet. Okay, that was the correct line. But now we have to look at our interference. Look at this. We still have the issue. This palette is just hugging this edge. So this should be easy to fix. I forgot that the next dropper was going to be further back. We're soon done. This should be super simple to fix. I just go in here. This is 20. Let's give it 25. Let's look closely. Oh yeah. Beautiful air between the pellets and the clamp. Whew. Okay, so how is the atmosphere in chat? Setting. Hey Martin. Hey Setting. Make front parallel to the 7 degree of back edge from Alex wall. Yeah, this is still not the correct line, right? Thank you. This, I was like struggling in the sketch. Thank you, I totally agree. This is horrible. I was kind of struggling why I couldn't just make it 20. So I'm gonna take away this constraint. I'm gonna leave the other one. And I'm just gonna say that you are parallel with you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of a sudden, things makes sense. There we go. Thank you, Alex, for pointing it out. I was like, I was on some kind of wrong place. Actually, these lines in between should be parallel as well, right? Why are they not? They are parallel to the wrong line. They're parallel to that line. Boom to boom. Ooh, that feels better. We just have to make sure that we still have the space. Oh, this part is finally looking designed. Sorry for the flickering screen. From there to there is 8 millimeters. I'm trying to get close with my 3D mouse. There to kind of there. 4 millimeters. It's good. It's good. We're done. Okay, final reveal of our beautiful clamp. 4 times 11. That's 44 bolts, right? I love it. There's nothing like 44 bolts. Add depth to you. And Larkin, yes! Oh, wait. They look very different, the radiuses on the edges. That doesn't look sweet. Because I use the same number. So I love that I can show this for... that I can show like all these. Yeah, I used 12 and 10. Let's do 12 and 12 perhaps. There we go. It's so fun that I can show you all these details. I love sharing this like this instead of like editing it down. I know not everyone is CADing, but... Okay, so here I see a potential little... The bracket is a little bit weakened right there. So this is what I mean. Like right here is like a breaking point of the bracket. Because of the holes and... So the larger fillets we can have, the less snakes I will dream about. So let's actually look. Yeah, We have a lot of space there. So let's beef this up. It was 8. Let's try 12. Better. Let's try 14. Much nicer. Let's check. So the pallet is still clearing. Oh yes. Yeah, I think so. The other one can be beefier too. Beef, 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 beef. 18. Nah, what happened now? Why? Ah, because of that. 22. Sorry for all this moving around. Now I'm just checking the clearance. Ooh, that looks nice. Yeah, I'm happier like that. Does it really need that many screws from fretboard? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. If you looked on, maybe I'm gonna do what Tesla did on the Model 3. If you look at when Sandy Munro took it apart. No, it was on the Model Y, I think. There was like holes for bolts, like 8 holes, and there was only 6 bolts. So they like kept the holes, but realized, oh, we only need 6 bolts. Let's only put 6 in. So I'm gonna do what Tesla does and leave the bolt holes and use however many bolt holes I want to in the end. If Tesla does it, I can do it too. Okay, so are we ready? I would love to go into the goal with this stream. Actually, add more holes. The best part has parts. I'm gonna take a 1 minute break, and I'm going to come back, and then we're gonna finish. This is the schedule for this stream. You might think that I don't have a structure, but there is methods to this madness. We're soon done with step 2, and by the end of this stream, I want to save the DXF files and send them to Jeffer in Cleveland, Ohio, so he can prepare the Waterjet cutting of all these parts. So we have some more simple parts to make. We're gonna make a similar bracket for the kick drum and for the other parts, and then we're gonna export as DXF in inches because his machine is in inches, and gonna export the DXF, and then the stream is gonna end. So be right back. Wilson, you have to hold the fort. Wilson, hold the fort. Good. Did you do a good job, Wilson? Cheers. I have some coffee in my Huntsville, Alabama mug. Huntsville, Alabama. Rocket City. I was on the factory of ULA. Okay, let's calm down and finish these parts and send them to manufacturing. And we are closer than ever of of finishing something. Anyway. So where are we? Let's take a look before we finalize what's happening on Discord. Okay, so you want the parts to go all the way through. Rogue Koala is suggesting the top part to puzzle in. I was thinking about doing it like that. It is cool, but does it help? The screws are already... The holes looks big, but the screws are already holding the part sideways. So we're not gaining any accuracy. We can of course use less bolts. I think he's suggesting a spine added to the bottom. Aha! Okay, sorry, Rogue Koala. You want it to be strengthened. Okay, you want an I-beam idea. Now I get you. Hello, little monkey boy. Nice. Thank you for your nice words. Martin, check for lines on the left of the part you just did. Something was sticking outside the structure. Yeah, it was. I repeated it one time too far. It's just a sketch line, but eagle eye. Okay, so now I understand your idea, Rogue Koala. Flutter guy. Oh, that was earlier. Essentially, it's a steel sleeve. No, Martin. These are from below. Okay, yeah. Idea was from Valtor. Credit where it's due. More Wilson. Okay. So the main idea there. Look at all these sketch points. This is beautiful. Have you seen this? Okay, this is like this big brain. I'm gonna put it right behind my head because that's exactly what we need to do right now. Wait. Come on. You know, the universe galaxy brain. I didn't work. Sorry. Okay, back to the back to being serious, I guess. So I think what is being suggested in Discord is to have a support so it doesn't start to lean forward. So I am thinking already that I'm gonna ask Jaffer to cut 2 of these. So let's start with beef this up, because 3mm is not enough. But also I think the supports are going to come. I think I'm gonna put this welding point a little bit forward on this. But we should actually look at that. So you're right about that. So I'm gonna mirror this component. No, not mirror, I'm stupid. Just copy it. Point to point. The best move command in the world. Check this out. Boom. So first of all, I'm planning on beefing this up like this. Now it's 6 millimeter, 6.2 millimeters, 6.4 millimeters thick, which is already a little bit better. Correct me in Discord if I'm wrong. Here's another thing from DexX. DexX makes beautiful sketches. Lower plate, upper plate, both plates stacked and welded with bolts locked in place. I want to put the bolts on the top again. Both plates stacked and welded with bolts locked in place. Wait, we could... no. 4 bolts. It's beautiful design. But why would the bolts be locked? Oh, you could take them... Now, so what I don't... It's beautiful, but here I can't change the bolts out. I think they're trapped. And I don't want to trap them. The Forester, I'm from Cleveland, so this is exciting. Lund. Just a note for my sanity. Post the part in Hive Mind. Yeah. Okay, Lund suggests that I plan the streams more before. That's an interesting suggestion, Lund. I don't plan so long before. That's the issue. But I see where you're coming from. But the only thing I can say before a stream is I'm gonna make a part. I can't really know what the part is. So, but I understand your idea. Then we could be even more prepared from Discord. Whenever I know I'm gonna make a stream, I'm gonna really post it on Discord first. So that's a good suggestion, Lund. Okay. So the idea was to put a bridge to kind of make it stronger in the front. From below. That would make it super sturdy, and then I could weld it to the back. It's a lot of metal though. But then it's like flexing in all directions, and then we can make the supporting things less chunky, which would also be kind of nice. Okay, I'm gonna take up the suggestion from Discord and model something like that in. Let's just see how it looks. But the bolt heads, it can't be in the way for the bolt heads. And you have to be able to turn the bolt heads, which means we can't have a wall there. We can't actually go out there. Right? No. I'm sorry, I'm not coherent right now. I'm caught between a lot of different things. But it is true, we don't want something hanging out. But I think it's 6mm steel. I don't think that will bend over time. And if it does, I can strengthen it later. Question is where I could put it. So here's another suggestion. Bolt the frame, not weld. Weld this. Bolt the frame, not weld. So, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna pause this strengthening idea, and I'm gonna make a completely new bracket for the single marble gates. So let's make a new component, because we still have some more brackets to make, but now we know how to make them. So let's call this snare frame. Snare frame, boom. And that is going to be pretty simple. Create a sketch. I'm going to steal a lot here. So I'm going to steal all this. So this is the single frame. Let's do it like this. Let's isolate this. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I need to project these as well. And why not project the back edge, so I just know a little bit where it was. Perhaps I should, no, it's good. Isolate. So now I'm just going to do some welding points here, or some material for the welding in the back. Boom. As you can see again, everything is crooked. Constraints are your best friend. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Equal sign, boom. Oh, we were lucky. 30. So something simple like this. Extract. Brilliant, Martin. Extract. Extrude, I mean. Extrude 3.175. And we have a snare bracket. Let's make the final, that's also going to be for the hi-hat. Let's make the final bracket, which is for the kick drum and the cymbal, which sits next to each other. Kick cymb bracket frame. Create sketch. Here I can show you again the power of mirror command. We just take this. I mark all the lines. I deselect this one. I say mirror over that line. Boom. And boom. We have... oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, I'm probably getting a little bit tired. That's funny that I did that. That's not how this bracket is going to be designed. Copy, paste, move 55 millimeters. And then we should take inspiration from the vibraphone design. We have to check so everything clears later. Something like this. I should have mirrored, I should have made a mirror line in, okay, I was stupid, sorry. I could have made a mirror line. I am going to make a mirror line. So take all this away. And then a mirror line. And a mirror line in this. So I know the distance. Make it straight. No. Now, yeah, from here to here. Now from center to center is 55. So this has to be 25. There we go. Oh, I see a lot of smileys in the chat. Like that. So it took me some time, but I'm getting there. I'm really getting there. And this is the work I have to do to finish this machine. So now I can use the mirror command. So now we mark all this. Mirror command, not that one. That's our bracket. Star Wars ship with mirror command. 27.5. Ooh, thank you chat. 27.5. Some coffee on that. I love you, chat, with all of my heart. Let's double check that this is 55 now. Yes. Wow, you are paying attention. Let's extract this, which is a new word for it. So, in... It's a little ugly that I made them all in the same place, but it's for a good cause. I capture some positions. It's okay. So that's all our brackets. Toa Brony went to the Spielklock Museum. Cool. That's great. Is this bottom bracket welded to machine or a new bracket for other instruments? So from here, I'm gonna have some kind of connecting point. So this is welded to the machine, but not directly. There needs to be an arm in between. So do we dare to sign off on this kick and snare. I can just copy this because this is for hi-hat. So let's just... No. Move. So that's snare and hi-hat. And then we actually want to double them again. Best move command in the world. Point to point. And then I did it wrong. Brilliant. Point to point. So now, what has happened over here? Let's pretend that we didn't see that. So now is the question if we're actually done for the day or if we need to think about strengthening this. Because I think that was the idea from Discord. Non-welded brace. Oh, on a 9, non-welded brace. That is pretty cool. We can just make a lot of small extra parts and just beef it up. Actually. This is a pretty cool idea from on a high. So it's already 6 millimeter thick. That's not so thick. And as I said, we bought way too much sheet stock. So we can go a little, we can actually go a little berserk with how much parts we're cutting. I mean, the easiest is just to triple this. Let's triple this. Then we're on 10 centimeter thickness. It will never bend ever. Actually, the gates themselves become an I-beam. Let's not forget that. So this part, when that's bolted on, it is actually bracing everything. So let's just make another copy and call it a day. So I can actually put that in the spreadsheet with my magic. Yeah. So let's just put that in the spreadsheet. So add some more lines. Kick cymbal frame, vibra frame, 4402 hi-hat bracket, hi-hat and snare bracket, hi-hat and snare bracket. Instances per assembly, 3. Sum of instances on MMX, 3. Spare parts, 0. Total instances to make, 3. Kick cymbal frame, 3303. Hi-hat and snare bracket 6606. So there we have it, folks. How many we need? I think that's the easiest way to go about this. Just double the parts. Let's do it here for fun. Copy. Best move command in the world. Boom. We made everything 3 times as thick. This is overkill galore. Nothing will move ever. And I think I'm ready to start to export the DXF, which would actually mean that we have reached the last part of this stream, which would actually mean that we've taken a huge step towards completion of this part anyway. So, is there any more moles that anyone in the chat would want to point out before I print the final DXF file? Look at the Google Sheet in Discord. Yeah, I just saw it, actually. Let's take it up. I had it somewhere here. Let's open this in a new window. CAD stream Discord suggestions. How are you going to reach the mounting nuts? No. No, I think it's easier the way it's designed with normal just hardware, no extra strange hardware. Having a support from underneath. Yeah, that will come automatically. Replace holes with threaded holes. 4 bolts have enough strength. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. You have to thread them before. That's a nice one. Wilson on leftmost wheel. That's great. That's coming on the Cyberbase. Use square tubing for the subframe. Great suggestions. Yeah, so the whole discussion with the threads, it goes back to the fact that this part is 3 millimeters, and I agree it's enough, but it's in mild steel, and it wouldn't really help. I can access the, I can put the, no, so I'm actually, those are awesome suggestions, but I'm actually really happy with the design as it is. There's one less machining operation, 44 threads less to cut, and as far as I can see it, no problems reaching them. But awesome suggestions. Yeah, that's the same. Okay. So that's awesome critiques. So thanks for vetting the solutions like that. And I think I'm ready to start to make the DXF files. So we're going to head to the first design here, and I'm gonna create a DXF file of this part that we designed. It's double checking 250 looks correct. So I'm going back to my, I'm going to create a new on this DXF exports. So I am curious if someone knows if DXF files have units, because I think they don't. Meaning DXF files are neither metric nor imperial. So when I did this before, I changed units here to inch, but I don't think I have to. So, is there someone who can confirm that DXF files are unitless? I already checked my previous files and they were all fine in inches, but I'm just curious because DXF export to. So what I'm doing now is that I'm creating a sketch that takes the whole profile, and so this is what I want to show you. We're actually on step 3 on the stream. Finally. So now I'm making a new sketch here, and I'm taking the profile of the part, and this, if you check in my Fusion 3 furthest down, oh sorry, it's very small for you. I'm gonna export this as DXF. I'll take the sketch. Oh, this part is not in the spreadsheet. I forgot this part. It's a new part. Where is my spreadsheet? Here. So this is actually 4402. Dropper base profile. And this has 1 instance per assembly, so a total of 15. And I want 1 extra, so we need to make 16 of this. Okay, good. So now we are getting close to the goal here, everyone. Save as DXF. And so now these are all my DXF files that I made earlier. So steel bar thickness. Just gonna put that here, saving it over here. Drop underscore base underscore, and then I put in the thickness of the stock and the amount to make in the file name. So cut X16 1/8 inch steel sheet. Save. We made our first DXF. Now I have to update, because in the very beginning on the stream we changed the look of this part. So that's DXF. Let's see. We might already have that one. So I have to re-export this elephant. Isolate this one. So this whole piece should be updated correctly. This is nervous, like signing off on a design and saying like, okay, make me 16 of this and make it, and like I have to, this has to be right, you know? That's always nerve-wracking. Yeah, but this looks correct. This looks perfect. It still fits into the part we just exported. Okay, save as DXF. So save middle rail cut 16 version 2. Oh, it already exists. Actually, you know, this is version 3. We are getting there. We are getting there. You haven't checked the clearance for the kick cymbal bracket. Alert! Think you're missing a corner cutout. Brilliant. Thank you for doing the alert. That should be done. Ah, here. Here. I don't know if the corner cutout was on the previous design. So let's paste some of these onto our kick bracket. I had the idea that I did it correctly, but it's a stupid idea, of course. Wait, cancel. I'm gonna update this first. You haven't checked the clearance for the kick cymbal bracket. Did you check kick cymbal bracket clearances? Not yet. I will do it now, in time before the export. Super nice that you called it out. Unisolate all. You know how cool this is going to be if and when this works? And also in this design, I'm talking about that in today's video if we're posting it. It's a soft close effect. It's going to be brilliant. Save, update. Make sure you specify the material as unobtainium. He saw it. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, it's just keep on spamming like that. I can't read the chat all the time, but in the end, my eye catches like there's a Christmas tree going on over there. And then I know. I really love having this company while I do these things. It's so awesome for me. Thank you everyone for being here. For real, this is, I think it's so fun. Select point, best move command ever, point to point. Check that clearance. It's a beautiful clearance. Let's just for fun move this over 55 millimeters. Oh, I moved it on the wrong line. I think that doesn't matter. So I'm pretty happy with this. It has more. Yeah, the only thing is maybe we need less clearance. Oh, it's still under 1 centimeter, I think. Let's check from here to here. 9.5. Daniel Luch. Hi, Martin. Hey. Daniel Brighter. Rivnuts. I just started learning FreeCAD a few weeks ago, Ray Bowling. It's life-changing. Cool. Sukashita Jeremiah, Lul Martin, man, you're too kind. I would buy you tea if Super Chat is available in my country. I actually don't have Super Chat enabled here, so I take the virtual tea. Anyway, thank you. Christmas tree. So, last chance. Any other molds before I export these parts? Ah, corner cutout was on the other part you just exported, the elephant part. Oh, I think you saw one of the corners that I didn't care about. Let's investigate that. I think it's... I know there are some corners here that where other parts are not puzzling in. So I only really care about the corners where other parts are going to puzzle in. So for example, here's a corner with I'm using this. It's heat shrink, so it's gonna shrink around the metal, and this line is the thickness of the heat shrink. So I don't care about the curve from the water jet there on that 0.7 millimeter little ridge. So I think we're all good, and that we can move on to export the vibraphone frame. So let's hide all this. Let's also hide those sketches. Let's make a new component. This is a little messy, it doesn't matter. We did it. I think we did it. DXF export. Create new sketch on there. I project everything, and then I project one frame per sketch. So this sketch now becomes... I should actually make the window a little bit bigger now so I can show you the menu. Oh, I hate that in OBS. Why doesn't it like scale? Sorry. Now it looks all wiggly, squiggly. Ah. Sorry. Sorry for the sudden outburst. It's just annoying that when it doesn't scale. Save as DXF, and I'm still not showing you. Here, save as DXF. And now I'm going to save this as Vibra frame cut X3 1/8. Wait, I can steal the file name here. Vibra underscore frame underscore cut X3 1/8 steel sheet. Boom. We are 2 DXF exports away from completion, my friends. You have been a lovely support and helped me. When you helped me avoid the 55 millimeter pattern mistake, that was crucial. That could have been, that was a mole. That was like son of the mother mole. Create new sketch here. Boom. Let's make sure that I have the right sketch. Save as DXF. Steal the file name. Which was this? This was kick symb frame. And we want to cut 3 again. Save. Last one. Create sketch on there. Profile, boom. Finish sketch. Save as DXF. Snare hi-hat frame, cut 6. Save. Yeah. Oh, check units. Yeah, so Paragetter says, guys, calm down, DXF doesn't include units. That's what I kind of read the other day. Like an easy way to double check is that we can import this DXF. That's what I did the other day. So like when I want to double check, but it is true, DXF files is unitless. But let's just, for fun, in this design, import one of the DXF we just exported. Insert DXF on this plane, open, I wanna use, let's look at the file names. Here's all my parts. Jeffrey's going to cut like 350 parts. It's kind of crazy. Drop base, this one. So let's wait until it wants to appear. It always does this little animation. It would be so fun if it's completely the wrong scale now. Where is it? The animation scared me because it looked like it was... Or is it exactly there? Sorry, I have to find it. I don't know where it went. Here. The layer was hidden. Here it is. And it's perfect. So it puts itself exactly on the old part. So there you go. That's a good double check. No conversion error. Whew. Wow. 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 So I'm gonna check chat. Oh, I don't see a lot of... Mr. Thew, because DXF doesn't have units, your units must match on export. If your cutter wants inches, you need to use inches. So here I've switched to inches in this design, and in this design I have millimeters. What font is this? Kokomot Pro. Kokomot Pro is the font. Well done, Martin. But now you scared me. Your test was useless because you imported mm into a mm measured sheet. No. I'm in inches here. No, wait. I'm in inches here. I imported it into inches. Okay. For science, I'm gonna start a new design. Because you're making me nervous now. It's good you're making me nervous. So this is a new design. And we're going to put inches here. Let's just save this. Save. I call it save. It's a brilliant file name. Let's insert a DXF onto this plane. One of the parts we made. We know this one has 5mm holes. So let's open this design. It's making its little animation. That looks huge. Millimeter. 5mm. The hole has the correct size. And we're golden. So let's, for fun now, switch the units to millimeter, import the same sketch. Maybe it's something I'm missing with the cutting machine. But Jeffer already put my exports in and he said it was good. But for science, let's import the same sketch again. I don't think it's gonna be any difference. No, it's just doubling up. So here you can see we have two sketches perfectly on top of each other, and fusion was in inches in one and in millimeter in the other. So it doesn't really convert as far as I can tell. Whew. Okay, I'm going to not hang around just because it's cozy, but I would like to, I'm going to read a little chat here. Check Discord. And DM, hello from Värmland, Costa. Cool, hello. There's the box for units right there. Drink water. Just include the fact that it's in Pargeter. Just include the fact that it's exported in inches and what the overall dimensions should be when you email it to the Waterjet person. That's all you need to do. Source, I do this for a living. That's a great suggestion, Pargeter W. And also, if it's converting wrong, it would be like meters and meters, because the conversion would make it crazy wrong. Braden Mitchell, hey Martin, how are Disaltonis parts keeping up? Not an issue. Disaltoni knows what he's doing. Henry Stone, 10 of 10 Martins. Hello from France, from Esteban. Hello from Virginia, love your work. Thank you so much, you're also so sweet. Thanks for the stream in Epic's Warrior on Discord, thank you. So just to finish this off a little bit, I've recorded a video about this gate design that will come out soonish. And then I'm going to start to work on the Cyberbase gates. And that's going to be fun because I'm going to live stream that as well. So then everyone on Discord can prepare for the Cyberbase gates. It's the micro gates. That will come next. And I want to have a nice ending frame to kind of feel that we did it. Here, let's unisolate all here. And let's activate that part and let's redo the pattern. That's a nice ending stream view. So as always, it's been an honor to have such awesome suggestions from the chat. And I did some actual work, and now after this stream I don't have to spend a day editing video. I can go on designing the Cyberbase while these parts are being cut. So I'm trying to up my efficiency because I desperately need to finish this machine. So just thanks to everyone for being such a great sport again. I'm not gonna repeat myself 100 times. I know I do that sometimes. So I'm gonna finish the stream here and say a huge thanks. Check out Barnaby Dixon's YouTube channel and the interview we did, but also his Dab Chick stuff is absolutely brilliant. And thanks to everyone on Discord for actually changing my plans completely. The Discord intervention, it's a classic happening, and I mean, this is great design. This will work on the machine and I won't regret it. So cut it in Ohio. Thanks everyone. See you soon. Stream and then I make, of course, I don't know where to click. That's it. Boof.